Close some close. Close. Hey, जैसे मैं हमारा पता समझ रहा तो लिंक भी शेयर कर कसं Lura. شوكت تدين مسج وكله
Hello guys, good morning everyone. Hello.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you all?
Fine, sir. What about you?
Yeah, I'm also good. So yesterday we have left the topic with the chronic effect. Now we'll carry on with the health hazard classification. Okay. So health hazard classification. United Nations globally harmonized system of classifications and labeling of chemicals, basically GHS, we call it as GHS, okay? So global harmonization system. So this global harmonized system, basically it's what? Same as it's also a legislative body, especially for the chemicals that we are using, okay? The chemicals that we are using, it gives the framework for the framework will be for the person. For example, like the most of all, it gives the framework for the suppliers of the hazardous chemicals. Okay, not only for the hazardous chemicals, like even for all the other things also. Like labeling system, how should be a labeling? Okay, So literally everywhere for labeling all over the world, they are using the same format and formula. So we'll show you how the labeling works as. But before that, there is the toxicity level. So before going to that labeling, we need to know what are all the types of things that would be mentioned with the labels, right? So UN globally harmonized system of classification and labeling of chemicals comes with, how does it, like in the labeling, what they basically mention is the acute toxicity. Okay, so what is the toxic content here? Then skin corrosion or irritation, whether it corrodes your skin or it provides you irritation, or a serious eye damage or eye irritation, respiratory or skin sensitization, germ cell mutagenicity, carcinogenicity, reproductive toxicity, and then specific target organ toxicity. Specific target organ toxicity comes with repeated and single exposure as well. And finally, with the aspiration hazard. So, based upon this, the UN globally harmonized system gives you with the classifications. Okay. So, acute oral toxicity in the sense it comes with the amount of categories. Okay. Category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can see here acute toxicity refers to those adverse effects occurring following oral or dermal administration of a single dose of a substance or multiple doses given within 24 hours or an inhalation exposure of 4 hours. So that is for the acute oral toxicity. So how does it indicates? It comes with the pictograms, same as the danger symbol. Okay. So you can see here pictograms, danger, and also one exclamation symbol. That is the warning. Okay. So that comes with the category number 4. It means the acute oral toxicity is present. Okay. And then skin corrosion or irritation. Skin corrosion and skin irritation. Skin corrosion is the production of irreversible damage to the skin, visible dead skin cells through the epidermis, and then skin irritation is the production of reversible damage to the skin following the application of test substance. Okay. So basically, what does this skin corrosion does is whenever the toxic chemicals gets in touch with your skin, it starts to corrode the skin immediately or else gradually. There are certain chemicals with higher concentrations. Okay, where if it touches to your skin in the sense immediately the irritation will start. Okay, or else like corrosion means what? Basically it will take off the first layer of the skin. Okay, and then it enters beneath your skin. It damages the tissues of your skin. Okay, until muscles it would reach it toxicity. That is one. Second thing, secondary is chances are that even it can touch until your bone region. Okay, so basically it's totally based upon the concentration level of the chemicals. Okay, so serious eye damage or eye irritation in the sense it's the production of tissue damage in the eye or serious physical decay of vision. Eye irritation is the production of change in the eye following the application of a test substance to the anterior surface of the eye. So this is for the serious eye damage and the eye irritation. And then there is the respiratory sensitization. So respiratory sensitization you can see here in the pictures. So inside a person, like the pictures will be denoted in this form. Okay, like it will be transferred all over the body to all over the parts. So that is the respiratory sensitization picture. So respiratory sensitization is the substance that would lead to hypersensitivity of the airways following inhalation of the substance. And then there is the skin sensitization, only just sensitivity skin, like sensitive skin. Okay. So for that, it comes with the exclamation mark. So hazard statements are may cause any damage, skin reaction, an allergic skin reaction, and then germ cell mutagenicity. It comes with danger, danger pictures you can see here. May cause genetic defects and suspected of causing the genetic defects. So that is for the germ cell mutagenicity. So basically, this germ cell mutagenicity is transferred through genes. Okay. So from one person to another person, it would be transferred through genes. Carcinogenicity. So carcinogenicity in the sense, a term carcinogen denotes a substance or a mixture that includes cancer or increased its incidence. So that is for the carcinogenicity. So these are the cancer cells. Okay. So we need to try to differentiate the amount of toxicity present inside the chemical. Okay. And then there is the reproductive toxicity. So reproductive toxicity in the sense, reproductive toxicity includes effects on sexual function and fertility in adult males and females, as well as development toxicity in the offspring. So genetically based inheritable effects in offspring come under the classification germ cell mutagenicity. Specific target organ toxicity. So pictogram you can see here plus the exclamation. So hazard statement cause damage to organs, and then respiratory tract inhalation may cause respiratory irritation. So likewise, it will just target various areas. Okay. And then there is the aspiration hazard. Aspiration means the entry of a liquid or solid chemical directly through the oral or nasal cavity or indirectly from vomiting into the trachea and lower respiratory system. That is for the aspiration hazard. So assessment of health risk. So routes of entry to the body are ingestion, absorption, inhalation, and injection. So there is a total of 4 routes. Okay. So ingestion in the sense like while I am eating the food, okay, especially while I am eating the food, it gets inside to my body that spreads a toxicity all over the body. Okay, so that is by the ingestion. Absorption in the sense the substance passes through the skin and into the tissues beneath and then into the bloodstream. So it just gets absorbed inside and then it gets transferred. And in inhalation, the substance is breathed in through the nose and mouth and down into the lungs. And in ingestion, the substances passes through the skin barrier either by physical ingestion or through damaged skin. So ingestion, absorption, inhalation, and injection. So through 4 means, it's entering inside my body. Okay. So routes of entry to the body, inhalation. Okay. So most significant industrial entry route, at least 90% of industrial poisons are absorbed through the lungs. Harmful substances can directly attack the lung tissues or pass through to the body system to be carried around the body and affect target organs such as the liver. So that is for the inhalation. Ingestion presents the least problem, unlikely to be swallowed without deliberate intent. Small amount of contaminant can be transferred from the fingers. Sense of taste will often be a defense, causing the person to spit it out. So inhalation and ingestion. एसी नहीं क्यों अब वो मेरा बॉडी सही नहीं है आज So routes of entry to the body. Absorption. Substances can enter through the skin, cuts or abrasions and conjunctiva of the eye. And then solvents can enter accidentally or if used for washing. So may pass through into the blood system, causing damage to the brain, bone marrow, and also the liver. So that is for the absorption. Okay. So the chemicals, once if it is touched, our skin has small pores where it will be absorbing all these toxicities. Okay. So routes of entry to the body, absorption, dermatitis. So can be prevented by, so see, most of all, this dermatitis occurs for the people, those who are working in the, those who are working with the iron steel. So this can be basically prevented by clean working conditions and properly planned work systems, prompt attention to skin hygiene, cuts, abrasions, or spillages, and use of protective equipment, pre-employment screening, and then avoid overuse of abrasion cleaners. So that could literally stop the dermatitis disease. And the dermatitis is shown in the picture. This is how it looks. Same as like some blade is cutting all over your hand. Okay, and that is called as the dermatitis effect. So the next one is injection. A forceful breach of the skin, perhaps as a result of injury, can carry harmful substances through the skin barrier. On construction sites, there are quite a few items that present a hazard of penetration. Some land or buildings being worked on may have been used by intravenous drug users. Their needles may present a risk of injection of a virus such as hepatitis. The forced injection of an agent into the body provides an easy route past the skin. So that is for the injection. Okay. So factors to consider when carrying out an assessment of health risk are hazardous nature of the substances present, acid, toxic, corrosive, carcinogenic, etc. Potential ill health effect. Will the substance cause minor ill health or very serious disease? And will these result from short term or long term exposure? And then physical forms that the substance takes in the workplace. Is it a solid, liquid, vapor, dust, fume, etc.? Routes of entry and the substance can take in order to cause harm. So, is it harmful by inhalation, ingestion, skin absorption, etc.? Likewise, there is the While conducting the risk assessment, I need to consider these risk factors as well. Okay. So if I'm considering these risk factors in the sense, I'll be able to know whether the chemical substances would be gone through the ingestion. That is while consuming your food. The sources of information will be basically delivered through product labels, guidance documents, manufacturers' health and safety data sheets. So now talking about the sources of information. Sources of information comes with product labels, guidance documents, manufacturers health and safety data sheets. Okay. So now let's look on to the product labels. So product labels, as I said, like hazardous chemicals have to be labeled so that workers. So labeling, how it will be labeled based upon the toxicity present there. So for the toxicity only, we have seen the types of labelings, corrosive and then penetrant. Okay, so all these labels will be basically approved uh by the UN Globally Harmonized System GHS. Okay, so the name of the substance or prepare. Usually a label will carry the following information: the name of the substance or preparation, some idea of the component that make the product hazardous, and then an indication of the danger, which may be by specific warning faces or by symbols or a combination of both. Basic precautions to take, name, address, and telephone number of the supplier. So all of this comes as the product labels for it. To sample GHS chemical labels, so sample GHS chemical labels. You can see here for the picture. So sample substances, danger. So there is an indication plus there is the danger written there. So basically it's toxic if inhaled, causes severe skin burns and eye damage, So do not breathe vapor. So it's written here. See everywhere. The like what is the precautionary statements with the pictograms it's mentioned plus the supplier information. So wherever you go, whatever the type of chemical is, even in the paint box, it will be written in this same format. That is the globally harmonized system. Okay. So from this GHS, it has been shown. So guidance documents are used in many countries to set occupational exposure limit values for work activities. So they are sent by competent national authorities or other instructions acting nationally or internationally. Guidance documents set limits for concentration of hazardous substances in workplace area. EU list of indicative occupational exposure limit values. UK HSE list of workplace exposure limits. USA American Conference of Governmental Industrial Hygienistic. So next is about the MSDS, Manufacturer Safety Data Sheet. MSDS, definitely you would have got an idea about that, right? So safety data sheets contain the following information. Uh, Identifications of the substances on preparation and supply. So like first of all, what is the substance, preparation, and the supply details will be mentioned. Okay. Composition and information of the ingredients will be mentioned there. Hazard identification, first aid measures. So this both will be present. And then firefighting measures, accidental release measures, handling and storage, exposure controls and personal protection, physical and chemical properties. எனக்கு மொத்தத்துல இப்போ உடம்பு வலிக்கு இப்போ உன்னை விட்டோம்னா 10 மணி நேரம் தெரியும் இல்ல உங்க கையெல்லாம் அப்படி நடுங்குது சூடா இருக்கு இப்போ எனக்கு நைட்ல சொல்றேன் உடம்பு செய்யாம முன்னாடி சொல்லுவோம் அந்த மாதிரி வாய்ஸ் எல்லாம் பாரு அவ்வளவுதான் போயிடுவாங்க. Manufacturer safety data sheet, firefighting measures, the accidental release measures, handling and storage, exposure controls and personal protection, physical and chemical properties, stability and reactivity, toxicology, like toxicological information. So all these things comes with the MSDS. So emphasizing any special requirements comes with the safety. Like most of all, like what type of extinguisher you need to use, either you need to use fire magnet or not. So it's basically mentioned. And then the accidental release measures, covering safety, environmental protection and cleanup, handling and storage. So recommendation for best practice, including any special storage conditions or incompatible materials, exposure controls and personal protection, any specific recommendations such as particular ventilation system and PPE. And next is exposure controls and protective personal protection. Any specific recommendations such as particular ventilation. And then physical and chemical properties, physical stability and suitability properties. Okay. And then suitability and reactivity conditions and materials to avoid toxicological information, acute and chronic effect routes of the exposure and symptoms. So these are all for the manufacturer safety data sheets. Okay, MSDS. So you can see here the label showing the key information about the hazardous nature of the product. So sulfuric acid 50% it's mentioned. What is the type of danger? Most of all corrosive in nature. And then they have written its number, the net volume 25 liters, supplier date, what does it cause? If swallowed, if on skin, if inhaled, if in ice. So different types it's mentioned. And then role of hazardous substances monitoring. The role of hazardous substances monitoring is to determine the level of likely exposure of workers to substance in order to establish the likely effects on the worker. And then hazardous substances monitoring can help to identify and access health risks in the workplace. And then monitoring can establish if current controls are adequate to limit exposure and assist in choosing appropriate personal protective equipment PPE. Now, occupational exposure limits. So, occupational exposure limits OEL. So, it puts a basic purpose of the exposure to the airborne substances. So, if you know, basically there would be a environmental monitoring. So, they will be taking a sample of the environment, getting to know about this OEL, occupational exposure limits. Okay. So occupational exposure limits must not be exceeded. Long or short-term exposure limits must always be in below OEL and as low as it's reasonably practicable. Allow. So actions to take in an OEL is exceeded. So stop the process if the OEL, okay, occupational exposure limits, that is the airborne. If the airborne consistencies is being increased in the sense, first of all, stop the process, remove employees from the area, make the area safe, investigate the cause, access existing controls, monitor the procedures, okay, and then check workers' health, record incident, and the finding. So these are all the things to be checked when there is an occupation exposure limit or EL present. Okay. And then now talking about the control measures. The need to prevent the exposure of the adequately. So first thing, if there is any the exposure limit is being exceeded in the sense, I need to come up with a adequate control measure. That's what I need to do. Okay. So this adequate control measure comes with the prevention. So article number 16 of the ILO Occupational Safety and Health Convention C155 establishes the requirements of employers regarding the prevention and control of risk from hazardous substances. If exposure is prevented, then no harm can be done. Right. So prevention can be achieved by changing the method of work, modifying a process, substituting hazardous substances to non-hazardous substance wherever reasonably practicable. So like switching, like I'm trying to prevent it. Okay. So the need to prevent exposure or adequately control it is adequate control. If exposure cannot be prevented, employers should adequately control the exposure. So if exposure cannot be prevented, exposure should be adequately controlled exposure. Uh, like control measures. prevention of high levels of inherent health and safety systems and processes, controlling exposure as its source, and then using the personal protective equipment PPE. So that is for the adequate control. So principles of good practice for control of exposure. Employers must develop suitable and sufficient control measures to manage and minimize the health risk from work activities. They should identify the health hazard and risk, take action to prevent and control the risk, keep control measures under regular review. So this is how to prevent it. Okay. And then minimizing of emission release and spread of hazardous substances, reduce the actual quantity of the substance which can become airborne. Changes in work processes can ensure that fewer workers are exposed. All processes and equipment to be checked and maintained. Remove contaminant at source so that its range of contamination is minimized. So principles of good practice for control of exposure, taking into account routes of exposure such as inhalation, ingestion, and the skin contact. Next is for the inhalation. So inhalation basically LEV, local exhaust ventilation, if it's fixed, the inhalation problem will be literally removed. So taking into account, so inhalation, where inhalation is most relevant route, to maintain the focus for control, for example, if there is a spray room or else if there is a like okay, so there will be the ceramic coaters, right, for the cars and bikes. So basically, their job is to work under the chemical hazardous situation. Okay, so now like detoxifiers, they will be working with the detoxifiers. Okay, so when they are working there, so chances are there that they will be continuously exposed to the situation. So typical control includes total enclosure of the process or exhaust, and then typical controls include total exposure of the process or local exhaust ventilation LEV. Okay, so ingestion, ingestion in the sense getting inside. So the main control will be the prohibition of eating, drinking, smoking, and use of cosmetics in workplace where substances are used that causes harm. Okay, so ingestion, the main control will be the prohibition of eating, drinking, smoking, and use of cosmetics in workplace where substances are used that cause harms in digestion. Taking into account routes of exposure through skin content, so controls will need to be taken to identify each substance or substances. So some substances such as acids and alkalis will cause skin cellular damage. Okay, and then so the principles. So care will be needed to take the specific substance to identify such substances, and then some substances such as acids and alkalis will cause skin cellular damage. So controls include clean working regimes and the use of suitable PPE to protect the skin and eyes from contact, and then control measures to be proportional to health risk. So health risk in the sense the nature of the hazard, the frequency and duration of exposure, the number and types of people exposed. If the risk is low, control measures may be simple procedural issues such as regular cleaning, like simple process only for the control measures will be taken. So if the risk is higher and likely to cause disease such as dermatitis, asthma, or cancer, then more robust and reliable control measures must be implemented. So it's totally upon the control measures also. So principles of it comes with the effectiveness and reliability of control options. So a set of integrated control pressures that are effective and reliable has to be developed. Some control measures are more reliable than others. There is a general hierarchy of controls available. Elimination of the substance reduction of exposure, isolation of the substance, controls, personal protective equipment. Just like a general hierarchy. So already we have seen the general hierarchy, right? So everywhere it comes the same thing. First thing will be everywhere elimination, and then reduce the exposure, isolation of the substance. It means it comes with the engineering control. And then the controls, personal protective equipment. So principles of good practice for health of exposure. Use of personal protective equipment in combination with other measures. When adequate control of exposure cannot be achieved by other means, a combination of control measures and personal protective equipment may be applied. So provides more effective protection of workers. An example is local exhaust ventilation. The LEV will provide a degree of effective removal of the contaminant, but to increase the effectiveness of protection, the worker may also wear protective equipment RPE such as a respirator. Okay, so respirators will be used for in order to protect ourselves. Okay, so the next principles of good practice for control of exposure, regular checks and review of control measures to confirm continued effectiveness. So next is regular checks and review of control measures to confirm continued effectiveness. So regular checks and review of the control measures comes with defects should be reported and corrective actions to be taken immediately. Principles of good practice for control of exposure are how and when the use to use control measures, the defined method of working, how to use the PPE, the cleaning, storage, and disposal procedures, the emergency procedures are to be well explained, and then the elements of theory as well as the practice. So next is local exhaust ventilation. So local exhaust ventilation, you know all, right? So just now I have explained what is the LEV, especially for the what is it called? Like inhalation. Expect is except like especially for the local exhaust ventilation will be most of all used for the removing the contaminants in the air. Okay, so wide variety of different types of LEV system is available most of all. Okay, like some of the places, like it's based upon the applications. Okay, so for the application different types of LEVs are available. The components of a LEV system are hood, duct, air cleaner, fan, and the discharge. So hoods, components of LEV system, an intake hood that draws air from the workplace in the immediate vicinity of the containment. So duct work that carries that air from the intake hood, a filter system that cleans the contaminant from the air, and then the fan of some sort that provides the motive force to move the air, an exhaust duct that discharges the clean air to atmosphere. So these are all the components of an LEV system. Okay. So a typical LEV system extracts sawdust from the bench mounted circular saw. So the application here is the bench mounted circular saw is the equipment that is going to be used. Okay. So there is a hood and then there is a branch ducting. Okay. So the person is working with the hood, and then there is a main duct, okay, where the sawdust is being continuously consumed, okay. So from the main duct, there is a dust collection bag, okay. So from the dust collection bag, there will be two air filters. So from the duct, okay, so from the like the air that is to be filtered, like a sort of filtration. So it just continuously consumes the air, okay, and then from the main duct and the hoist, okay, and then whatever the contaminants in the air are present, it will be segregated down to the dust filter bag, okay, and then from the air filter, it will be the remaining air, the decontaminated air is then extracted from the extractor fan, and then it is sent out through the chimney, like discharged out finally. Okay. So this is how the typical LEV system works. So here are some examples of the LEV system. So captor system on circular saw, and then LEV fan and the motor. So from the saw, you can see it like this, and from the outside, there will be the LEV fan and the motor to drive the motor. Okay. And finally, flexible hose and the captor hood, portable self-contained unit. Self-contained unit means best example for it is the vacuum cleaner. It's a self-contained unit. Fan, everything comes inside it. So factors that reduce the LEV system effectiveness are poorly positioned intake hoods, damaged ducts, and then the excessive amount of contamination, ineffective fan due to low speed or lack of maintenance, and then blocked filters, and then the buildup of contaminant in the ducts, and then the sharp bends in ducts, unauthorized additions to the system. So these are all the factors basically that affects the LEV system. So requirements for thorough examination or inspection. LEV system should be thoroughly examined at suitable sufficient intervals. So the interval and content of the thorough examination is often specified by national legislation. For example, in the UK, the Control of Substances Hazardous of Health (COSH) specifies requirements for thorough examination. Okay, for the thorough examination, it specifies so records of examination must be kept available for at least 5 years from the date of inspection. So for at least 5 years, the record of inspection has to be maintained. So next is the respiratory protective equipment. So respirators filter the air taken from the immediate environment around the wearer. Breathing apparatus provides breathable air from the separate source. Okay, so respiratory protective equipment, respirators and the breathing apparatus are used. So these are all the two main categories of the RPE. Respirator filters the air taken from the immediate environment around the wearer. Breathing apparatus provides breathable air from the separate source. So like emergency breathing apparatus is there, self-contained breathing apparatus is there. So literally they will be using the cylinders where you cannot access to any oxygen or else like a separate means of the respiration will be provided. Okay. And from that separate mean you will be basically breathing it. So respiratory protective equipment, respirators are used to remove a containment from the air. They cannot be used in an environment where there may be a lack of oxygen as they can only filter. They cannot add oxygen. So five main types of respirators are there. Filtering, face piece, face mask respirator, and then full face respirator, powered and purifying respirator, and then the powered visor respirator. So these are all the types of respirators that I'll be using. Okay. So respiratory protective equipment, respirators, advantages are unrestricted movement, lightweight, can be worn for a long period, and then the limitations include requires careful selection, requires regular maintenance, incompatible with other PPE, interferes with other sensors. So next is the respiratory protective equipment, the breathing apparatus. So breathing apparatus provides a separate supply of air, including oxygen, to that which surrounds the person. So there is a total of three types of breathing apparatus: fresh air hose apparatus, compressed airline apparatus, self-contained breathing apparatus. So fresh air hose in the sense, the fresh air hose, the connection will be given directly from the atmosphere to the human. Okay, there will be no compressed cylinders. Compressor airline apparatus in the sense there will be a compressor that will be used out and the line will be provided it to you. So self-contained breathing apparatus in the sense SCBA, basically there will be the cylinder placed inside your body, like not your body, there will be the suit where the cylinders are placed, and from that I'll be using the apparatus. So that is the SCBA. Other personal protective equipment, hand protection. Gloves can give protection against chemicals, example acid, alkali solvents, biological agents, example viruses in blood, and then the physical injury, example knife cuts with the associated risk of infection. So these are all the other personal protective equipment protections. Okay. Gloves, protective clothing, eye protection, safety visors, safety spectacles, safety goggles. So most of all safety spectacles will be used wherever there is the flakes coming up, okay? Like any hot work areas, okay? Safety goggles especially designed for the chemical usage. And then the face visors, anywhere you can use it. So you can see here about the head protection, the safety helmets and then the scalp protector is there. Body protection comes with overalls, aprons, whole body protection, and then yes. Tell me. Why we should put in the So personal hygiene and the protection regimes. So it is essential that good hygiene practice are adopted as appropriate. Hand washing routines. So like good hygiene, basically it comes with hand washing, sanitizing, changing removal and disposal of the contaminated PPEs, prohibition of eating, drinking and smoking, like the normal practices of the okay. And then there will be the two types of the health surveillance. One will be for the health monitoring, and then there will be the biological monitoring. Health monitoring in the sense any diseases are there or not. Biological monitoring in the sense based upon your blood, urine, and other samples. Okay. So when necessary, health surveillance should be conducted on first employment to establish a baseline and then periodically. So it can also be done when a person leaves employment as a final check. Next, specific agents. Asbestos. So asbestos basically, you know how to use the asbestos, right? So where are they used? Roofs, ceilings, floors, pipes, decorative plasters, and the insulation. So basically, how it is made? So, like it comes with three forms: blue, known as crocodolite; brown, amosite; white, chrysotype. So we'll be using most of all. You can see the brown and the white color only. Blue color, it's basically for the rare questions. So health risk for the asbestos are asbestosis is one health risk, lung cancer, and then the mesothelioma, and then diffuse pleural thickening. So asbestos fibers lodge deep in the lungs and cause scar tissue to form. If enough of the lung is scarred, in the sense severe breathing difficulties will come. Lung cancer in the sense asbestos fibers in the lung trigger the development of carcinogenic growths in the lung tissue. Mesothelioma, asbestos fiber in the lung migrate through the lung tissue and into the cavities about around the lung and trigger the development of cancerous growths in the lining tissue. Diffuse pleural thickening in the sense thickening of the lining tissue of the lung, sometimes known as the pleural plaques, that causes breathing difficulties, not fatal. It's not more fatal. So control. So how to control this asbestos? So first of all, say local exhaust ventilation. Like as per the local enforcement agency, we need to look onto the legal compliance. Okay, that will give me a guidance. So the work area must be sealed to prevent the escape of air contaminated with asbestos dust. And then there will be a local exhaust ventilation used. The respiratory protective equipment will be used. So monitoring of asbestos dust levels in the air must be carried out both inside and outside the sealed work area. The sealed enclosure should only be removed one monitored and confirmed, and then the workers must be provided with health surveillance. So other specific agents are blood-borne virus. So there are many viruses that can be transferred from one person to another. Basically, HIV. Already we have talked this out for the biological agents yesterday. So HIV example, hepatitis A and B. Hepatitis A is contracted orally by cross contamination with facial material containing the hepatitis A virus. Hepatitis B in the sense transferring through body fluids such as blood. So occasions of risk would include healthcare workers, doctors and nurses as well. So next, other specific controls, use of PPE.
Why class का started?
Next is about the other specific agents controls. Use of PPE. So PPE such as gloves and eye protections are basically used here. But moreover, there will be the correct disposal of potentially contaminated materials such as clinical waste. Prevention of needle stick injuries by correct disposal of sharp in and sharp bins. Yes, Lord. Yesterday, I already did that. I am looking yesterday. So global concerns. ISO 41001 considers an organization's effects in the environment. So environmental aspect and impact are there. So an element of an organization's activity and services which can interact with the environment. Environmental impact in the sense any change to the environment, whether adverse or beneficial, wholly or partially resulting from an organization's activity, products or services. So all about the global concerns. Industrial effects of the environment, pollution. So we'll look next upon to the pollution and all these things. Okay. So industrial effects on the environment comes with the pollution activities. So pollution, there are different types of pollutions, right? So chemical, like air pollution, water pollution, sand pollution, like soil pollution, chemical spills, like lots and lots of categories and conditions are there. So environmental protection, what is the pollution? Pollution in the sense either because of the waste disposal is through air, water or land that causing the harm of any living organizations around the environment is basically termed as the pollution. So pollution types are air, water, and land. Okay, so discharges in the atmosphere is called as the air pollution, and then leakages from the storage tanks, or else any chemical leakage, or else any chemical disposal to the water bodies or reservoir is called as the chemical water pollution. Land pollution in the sense dumping of hazardous waste to the earth. So that creates the land pollution. So just suggested, so managing waste, a suggested pollution control strategy is prevent, reduce, respond, and recover. Preventing pollution by having good systems in place, reduce in the sense by changing the process, respond in the sense ensuring a rapid response to incidents such as villages, recover, reviewing systems in places where problems have reoccurred. So this is for the managing waste.
Mrs. Angela. Master Angela. Let me speak with that. Not Angela. It's me, Catherine. So Miss Jenny again going off and white mama call. Can you call the after what time? Before 12 o'clock. She will come with father. She will come.
So next is the waste hierarchy, prevent, reduce, reuse, recover, and dispose. Okay. So segregation of waste. Segregation of waste, basically, what you need to do is, first of all, you need to segregate the type of the waste. Okay. And then potential reaction between certain waste materials could occur. Small quantities of hazardous waste mixed with non-hazardous waste. Waste is easily directed to the correct disposal facility. Data collected and all relevant paperwork for disposal is made simpler and also quicker. So by this, we can complete the element number 7. So let's take a small break and then come. Okay. Fine. Take a small break of 10 minutes and we'll come back with the element number 8, general workplace hazards.
If they only start the training, wait enough. But when you give the money, in the full payment that full payment is that or half payment? Or it means it okay, it means April he will start the training. But I'm wait for a week. That I explain you because she will explain like that. And then I don't think so because of this training she didn't inform me. That's why I informed to you. I don't think so she will inform because yesterday there, I was thinking that only the it's sorry training day. I don't think so she will call me. But you have to put in your mind. He is studying only training on the April. He was in example day. I will remind him for how on okay. And I know. I understand. Thank you. Yeah, I have. I have to. I have. Oh, she has. For the our license. We cannot put the license on, another one, another thing. Thank you, I have a blower. Is it okay? Yeah, that's it. No, but I don't have, what is your, concept that you are based? Tell me what that is. You want to read? I have given, quite coming. Yes. For me, in the morning, I do every morning, my eyes cannot open. Always ready to do. And then my mom was telling me, well, what? I even need that book, I do. I do. What else is it? I, what is it? I still have one piece paper, but it's not in the list. Maybe I did do. No, I have paper. I have until paper, but it's not in your list. There is. I get. I have 24. And the last one is
Okay, guys. So next is about the workplace hazards. Okay. So there is a total of like 5 outcomes here for the general workplace hazards. Okay, it's like a general thing only. It's very easy as well. Okay. So learning outcome will be outline common health, welfare, and work environment requirements in the workplace. Explain the hazards and control measures for the safe movement of people in the workplace. And then explain the hazards and control measures for safe working at height. And then explain the hazards and control measures for the safe movement of vehicles in the workplace. And then what are all the factors associated with driving at work that we will be explaining here. So health, welfare, and work environment. Supply of drinking water, seating, ventilation, heating, lighting, cleanliness, workplace, and then washing facilities, sanitary convenience, accommodation for clothing, facilities for changing clothing, rest and eating facilities. So in general, for an organization, they'll be giving you all these sorts of the provisions, right? So if these all things are not being provided in the sense, it will not be a good sign. So supply of drinking water, an adequate supply of wholesome drinking water or some other wholesome drink must be provided in the workplace. The supply needs to be accessible to workers. Whenever the distribution of running drinking water is practicable, preference should be given to this system. So if water is not provided in the form of a fountain, then drinking vessels must also be provided. Like, see, so in this picture, you can see there is two sorts of the drinking water. One is like a fountain type, and then the other one stands as the normal, like normal drinking. For the normal drinking, definitely you must give drinking water like this. Okay, just like by using a glass or else any vessel or else any utensils. So drinking water, for the drinking water, there must be a fountain like a structure. And then denote it with the sign of do not drink. So health and welfare provision, washing facilities. Suitable and sufficient washing facilities must be provided at readily accessible places, including showers where necessary. Recommendations that there is one wash basin for at least 25 workers. So same for the sanitary also, at least one sanitary washrooms for a ratio of 25 workers. So if necessary, provisions to be made for people with disabilities must be a supply of hot and cold or warm running water, soap and towels. Okay. So that is for the washing, like provision of the washing facilities. And then there is the sanitary conveniences. So readily accessible, suitable and sufficient sanitary conveniences must be provided. So conveniences must be adequate for the numbers and gender employed. And then recommendations that there is at least one sanitary convenience commonly known as WC, water closets of every 25 workers. If necessary, provisions to be made for people with disabilities. Separate conveniences for male and female workers must be provided. So that's for the sanitary conveniences. Accommodation for clothing, suitable and sufficient accommodations has to be provided. Suitable and sufficient accommodations in a suitable location must be provided for personal clothing. Personal clothing, the right amount of the accommodation and the right amount of clothing facilities has to be provided. Suitable drying facilities should be provided for clothing when necessary. Facilities for for changing clothing, where special clothing must be worn and work suitable and sufficient changing facilities. Changing facilities should be readily be accessible to workrooms. Facilities should be sufficiently large to enable the maximum number of workers to use them. So health and next is for the rest and the eating facilities. So readily accessible, suitable and sufficient rest facilities should be provided. Where meals are regularly eaten at work, where food is liable to become contaminated, suitable rest facilities must be provided for pregnant women also. Pregnant women, nursing mothers, and then sufficient seats and tables for the numbers. So suitable rest facilities must be provided for pregnant women, and then the work seats in offices or other clean environments may be acceptable as rest facilities provided workers are not subjected to excessive disturbance during rest periods. So health and welfare provisions, seating. So suitable and sufficient seats should be provided and maintained for workers. Seats should be adequate in number and reasonably near the work position of the workers. So the seats should be of adequate design, construction and dimension suitable for the worker and work. A seat should facilitate good posture and be comfortable. The footrest should be provided wherever necessary. So yes. So seating. Suitable and sufficient seats should be provided and maintained for workers. So for the seating, we have already talked in the ergonomic session. So seats should be adequate in number and reasonably near the work position of the workers. So based upon the work position, the the type of seating arrangement has to be provided, like generalized to the workers. So the seat should facilitate good posture and be comfortable. The footrest should be provided wherever necessary. So next is for the ventilation. All premises used by workers must have sufficient and suitable ventilation as well. For the ventilation, we have already used the local exhaust ventilation LEV systems. Plus, that is for the exhaust. How about the inside? So all premises used by workers, suitable ventilations, supply fresh air or purified air by a natural or partial artificial or both unnecessary droughts. And then ventilation system should be regularly maintained as well. And then there is the heating. The level of heating or cooling should be appropriate to provide the physical comfort. So, whenever possible, the individual should be able to adjust the level of heating. Sufficient thermometer should be provided. Any equipment used to heat or cool the workplace must not emit vapors or gases that cause injury or illness. So lighting, all premises must have sufficient and suitable lighting. Workplace should, as far as possible, so most of all the lighting facilities, as I have already told, there is a minimum requirement that at least 600 lux of energy or lighting has to be provided for the organization. So lighting the task and workstation. Ideally, a workstation should be designed to make the task the brightest part of the field of view. Combination of general and local lighting. So quality of light is as important as its quantity. So cleanliness. All premises and the equipment used must be properly maintained and kept clean. The accumulation of waste can be the source of several health and safety related problems. So poor storage of materials, including waste, creates a common source of fuel of unwanted fires as well. So waste materials such as offcuts of wood and banding wire left in the gangways and corridors is the cause of many trips and falls. So food waste attracts vermin, increasing the risk of biological hazards. That is for the cleanliness of health and welfare provisions. Workplace or workspace. All workspaces and workstations must be laid out so that there is sufficient unobstructed working space to perform the work without risk. So each worker should be sufficient unobstructed working space to perform their work without risk to their health. And then effects of exposure are extreme temperature environments can be found in some workplaces. For example, workers in a foundry or bakery will be exposed to a very hot, dry environment. So, most of all, they will be exposed to the environmental conditions either too hot or else especially the workers those who are working in the ice manufacturing industry or else like ice cream manufacturing industry, so those people will be most of all exposed to the very cold atmosphere, plus those who are working with the food packaging or else food preservation industries. Okay. Hot environment health and safety effects are dehydration, muscle cramps, heat stress, heat exhaustion, heat stroke, and other effects. Dehydration work is lost as a result of sweating, muscle cramps as a result of salt loss through sweating, heat stress where core temperature 37 degrees Celsius.
You are giving to me the pregnancy and the pregnancy. The title is wrong.
It's right.
Oh, I will do something. Is it right or wrong? Because
For this,
one day and this other. Just keep it.
guys, it's okay. Over there. इंडिकेशन आया आपको? अभी अभी मुश्किल नहीं है। चार्जर लगाया इसको नहीं नहीं ये देखो सिंबल इसके ऊपर से स्विच ऑफ होगा ऑन है ना। Okay. So next is for the exposure of extremes of temperature. Hot environment. Health and safety effects are dehydration, muscle cramps, heat stress, heat exhaustion, and then the heat stroke, and also the other effects. So dehydration, water is lost as the result of sweating. Muscle cramps in the sense, most of us like inside the body. If the salt is getting lost, okay, especially for the athletes, they will be getting these muscle cramps, okay. And then the heat stress in the sense where core temperature 37 degrees Celsius cannot be controlled and starts to increase, that is for the heat stress. Heat exhaustion in the sense a precursor to heat stroke. Heat stroke in the sense where core temperature increasingly increases rapidly, causes hallucinations, corner, and death also. And finally, other effects. So other effects in the sense skin burns or cancer from exposure to sunlight, burns from radiant heat and contact with hot surfaces. So these are all the hot environment other effects. So hot environment preventive measures provide good workplace ventilation. Moving air has a cooling effect. Shield heat stress sources and then provide cool refuges any in order to escape the heat. Provide easy access to drinking water. Provide frequent breaks and job rotations. Provide the appropriate clothing. So all these things can be given to in order as a preventive measure for the hot environment. Exposure to extremes of temperature, cold environment. So for the cold environment, health and safety effects, hypothermia. So hypothermia, cold temperature drops below 35 degrees Celsius. Frostbite in the sense like body tissues are totally getting frozen, cracks will be coming, okay. And then the slip hazards in the sense, in particular, floors will become slippery and ice. freeze burn injuries from skin contact with very cold surfaces. So exposure to extremes of temperature, cold environment preventive measures prevent or protect workers from droughts, shield or lag extreme cold surfaces, provide warm refuges, provide PPE, provide frequent breaks and job rotations, provide easy access to hot food and drinks, and then scrape salt or grit icy floors. So next we'll talk about working at heights. People working at heights such as steel workers, scaffolders, roofers, demolition workers, and then welders, pipe fitters, and the painters. So steel workers erecting the steel framework of a building, scaffolders erecting or striking a scaffold, roofers in the sense cladding the roof of a steel framed building, demolition workers in the sense workers those who are demolishing the buildings, and then welders, pipe fitters, and painters. You know the designations. So most of all, they will be working at heights. So working at height basically prepares certain scaffolding, work at height permissions. So the main risk for the people are the main risk for this kind of work is falling from the heights. This is the first main risk. Fall from heights can result in death, neck or spinal injury, leading to permanent paralysis, multiple broken bones, and then falling objects can also cause severe injuries such as results in death, brain damage, paralysis, or multiple broken bones also. So vertical distance, construction work involves activities to be carried out at a significant height. Work conducted about 2 meters has a greater risk of major injuries or even death. That's for the vertical distance. So next is basic hazards of working at height, fragile roofs. Any roofs that has been specifically designed to carry a load other than that which may be imposed on the roof by weather, that should be considered as a fragile roof. So materials such as asbestos, cement, glass, corrugated metal slates, tiles, or plastic are likely to be unable to bear the weight of a person.
Ready?
Hmm.
Oh,
Already on.
regarding initiative,
Hmm.
but only some client no good. For example, they are the old client. They are asking for the before document. So we have problem. So we remove that initiative. But some they ask you have to put.
If they ask,
Not always. Remove, no. Now every case also but I tell better remove, I remove.
yes.
But I need to ask. How to?
No, but we did not even add the initial certification. No, I did not send you the mail with initial certification.
अब प्रिपेयर करो आपके लिए एक सवाल रेडी है
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Okay, so we were here, fragile roofs. Okay, so we were here with the fragile roofs, right? So Okay, so we were here with the fragile roofs. So fragile roofs in the sense any roofs that has been specifically designed to carry out the load. So designed just to carry out the load, especially inside your store, which you can see there will be the shelves arranged, right? So that is one of the fragile roof. The materials such as asbestos, cement, glass, corrugated materials, slates, tiles, or plastic are likely to be unable to bear the weight of a person. But it's only used for using of the materials. That's all, especially the plywoods. Okay, so sloping pitched roof. So sloping roofs are those with a picture greater than 10 degrees. Okay, so more than 10 degrees, especially at the top of each floor, they will be using the sloping roof in order to drain the water from the top, right? Because if there is any rain, the water will be stagnated. So falls from the edge of sloping roofs can cause serious injury. So the hazard of sloping roof is less obvious when the pitch is small. So small basic hazards of working at heights, deterioration of metals. So unsound materials present represent a hazard in two ways. One is the material can break when a person puts his or her weight on it, causing a fall through the surface. The material can break off and fall to hit people below. So that is the deterioration of material. So unprotected edges. So see here in the picture, people are working in a unprotected spot. The person in yellow color, he has more chances of falling down to the ground because there is no edge protection for that guy, right? So roofs, scaffolds, unfinished steel work, and access platform may sometimes have open sides. So errors such as stepping back over the edge, overreacting, or else like being pushed by someone, or else even you are getting back because of any other unexpected motions in the sense, chances are there that you will be falling down to the ground, right? So that's why edges are to be protected every time. So basic hazards of working at height, unstable or poorly maintained access equipment. So working with mobile elevated work platform, MEWP, ladders and scaffolds have their own specific stability and maintenance issues. Scaffolds need periodic maintenance to ensure load bearing parts are still secured and critical items such as brakes or mobile scaffolds are in place and effective. So failure to maintain access equipment can quickly undermine their strength, integrity and stability. All equipment, access equipment being no exception, can fall in if not properly maintained. Defects in ladders may be hidden if they are painted or covered in construction material. So next is weather. Weather can increase the risk associated with working at height because especially the rain or freezing condition can increase the risk of slipping while climbing onto the steps. Okay, so basic hazards of falling at height, of working at heights, falling materials. So circumstances that contribute to the likelihood of falling materials include deterioration of structures and then causing crumbling brickwork or loose tiles, poor storage of materials, example at the edges of the scaffold platforms, and then poor housekeeping. So poor housekeeping leads to accumulations of waste and loose materials, gap in platform surfaces, open unprotected edges, and then incorrect methods of getting materials, incorrect methods of getting materials down to ground level, example, throwing. So these are all the falling material hazards while you are working at height. So avoiding work at height, the best way, first of all, eliminate the process, as you know, same as the hierarchy. Second thing is modifying a work process. Example, the pole or else like changing of the bulbs for the poles can be also done from the ground. Just what you do need to do is an engineering control or else an administrative control also. Like you need to spend some amount and then the pole light will be coming down, same as with the pulley method. Modifying your design, example, erecting guardrails or steel work at ground level and then use a crane to put a steel and guardrails into place. Precautions to prevent falls and falling materials. Provide a safe working platform. First thing, guardrails are designed to prevent people falling, whilst toe board prevent material falling. So guardrails and toe boards, two things. So toe boards are often planks of wood laid on their edge to create a ledge that prevents rumbling. So toe boards in the sense, why I am using the toe board, the first use is to prevent the fall of any rolling materials, especially the gas like cylinders or else any nails. Okay, so basically from the top or else even the nuts and the bolts, because these are all easily rollable materials, right? So it creates a huge impact if it just falls from the top. Okay, and then the precautions to prevent falls and falling materials. Provide properly installed personal equipment such as rope access or boatswain's chair. So precautions to prevent falls and falling material are provide equipment will arrest falls in unprotected edge such as safety harness or safety nets. And then precautions to prevent the fall and falling objects, ladder hoops. So ladder hoops are attached to vertical or steeply sloping ladders to create a tunnel for safe climbing. Maintenance workers may make use of them to gain access to a roof or similar areas. And then the ladder hoops comes with, like, most of all it's used for the industrial purpose plus the places where you are going to access the confined space or else whenever there is a number of floors. Okay, and also like mobile tower, so these places are also using the ladder hoop. So the basic purpose is Even though if you're falling down, your body will be getting arrested to the top so that the fall will be prevented. Okay. But some minor injuries, not like a major injury, some minor injuries will be faced. So important to consider the additional risk that may arise for emergencies. Consider the need for evacuation or of or rescue from the equipment. Include the need to establish clear emergency escape routes, rescue arrangements for workers where MEWP falls. So, like mobile elevated work platform, most of all these people must use a emergency rescue procedure also. So, if there is any emergency situation in the sense, how would they possibly rescue themselves? And then there is the fall arrest. So fall arrest comes in two main forms: collective protection system and then the personal protective system. Ah, so collective protective system in the sense it's like a safety nets. Okay, so safety nets will be placed. For example, I am falling from the top. There will be the safety nets that provide me from going further down. Okay, plus the personal protective equipment means using the harness suits. Okay, fall arrest harness. If I'm using in the sense, my fall would be prevented. Like I'll be hanging at the top. So minimizing the distance and consequences of a fall, training and instructions. Workers should receive full training and instruction on the use of equipment and system. Training should also include the checks that need to be made on fall arrest equipment and then the adequacy of the like security nets plus the usage of the airbags. Okay. Minimizing the distance and consequences of a fall. Hazards to consider are loose materials kicked into work area, materials falling from the scaffold platform. So next we will be seeing how the scaffolding is made. Okay, like how to erect a scaffolded structure. What are all the parts involved in it? So actions to be taken include decide on which areas of the site where hats have to be worn, and then make sure rules and tell everyone in the area, make sure hard hats are worn and it's worn correctly. Right. So ladders, basically for the ladder safety. So ladders, step ladders, trestles and staging platform, scaffolds, mobile elevating work platforms, edge protection systems. These are all the possibly work at height devices. Okay. So ladders, hazards, falls from height. This is the common hazard. There is no slip and trip, right? So, so falling off from the ladder and then the ladder toppling sideways and then the ladder base slipping out from the wall. Contact with the live overheads, objects falling from the height. These are all the potential ladder hazards. So, the safety precautions for the ladders are: do not sight or handle near live overboards. First thing, live overboards are to be totally avoided. And then sight on a solid flat base. It should be solid and also the base should be so flat to use. Plus, the angle of the ladder should ideally be 75 degrees. The top of the ladder must rest against a solid support. So if this is not possible, in the sense it should be attached with the firm support at the ground itself. Okay, because if the solid surface is not being provided from the top, in the sense you need to at least provide a solid and a rigid surface, like giving it a with a appropriate support. So if this is not possible, the ladder should be footed by someone standing in the bottom rung. So nothing is possible in the sense the last option is one person must hold the ladder from the bottom. So that is the last option. So see, this is how the slide. The ladder has been sighted, and then there is an anchor plus there is a side guys also. So slide guys in the sense they are protecting the ladder to fall. Okay. So the improper use of ladder. So you can see in the top picture how that person is using the ladder. It's actually not at all right trick or right way to use the ladder, right? Inappropriate storage of the ladders. So most of all the ladders has to be stored in a good place where you could inspect it, plus it has to be visible. Okay. So safety precautions, carry out a daily check. Okay, whenever you are climbing onto the ladders, you need to carry out a daily check. Always ensure that the ladders is fully open. There should be no closing in it. Okay. And then make sure that the locking devices are in place. Only use on firm level ground that is not slippery. Avoid overreaching. Avoid slide on working as well. So that is the safety precaution that I need to use for the ladder safety. Correct use of a step ladder for a brief task where two hands need to be free. So see, this is how the correct position is. It has to be placed in the front. So incorrect use of the step ladder. Here there is a ergonomic misposition. Okay. The ladder is not positioned correctly. Next picture, you can see the correct use of the step ladder. This is how the correct use of the step ladder is. Now let's look on to the scaffolding. Okay. So scaffolding ladder is only for a short application, like only one person at a time can use the ladder. But scaffolding is not like that. Scaffolding, especially for the construction sectors, where there is a 90 or else like a at least 40 floors or else even 3-floor building. For that purposes, we'll be using the scaffolding. Okay. So scaffolding can be a very effective means of access to height and provide protection in preventing the falls. Standards, uprights or vertical tubes used to support the load to the ground. Just follow the red color pointer, okay? And then transoms, short horizontal tubes spanning across ledges normally at 90 right angle, 90 degree to the face of the building. They may also be used to support a working platform. And then the bracing, diagonal tubes that give the structure its rigidity. And then the base plates. So base plates in the sense small square metal plates that the standards rest on on to prevent them sinking into the ground. Base plates basically it's like a square shaped plates that gives you the rigidity not to enter inside the ground. So before the base plate, there will be the base platform also. Okay, so next you can see the base platform. So see work platform. So inside work platform, and then there is sole boards. Yes, sole boards. You can see there will be a beneath sole board. So that sole board is basically a wooden sole board, so that it does not get inside. Okay. So ledgers in the sense. So ledgers in the sense it's like the work platform. Beneath that there will be the ledgers attached. Okay, and then there is work platform. So work platform we all know. So guardrails in the sense in order to use for the guardings. And then there is the sole boards. So large pieces of timber, it will be placed inside the like beneath the base plates. Okay. Whenever when the scaffold is erected on soft ground, we will be using this timber sole boards. Okay. And then the toe boards. So fixed to the standards to provide a lip for the platform. So see hazards in the scaffold, falls from the scaffold during erection, falls from the work platform, objects falling from the platform, collapse of the structure. So these are all the basic hazards of the scaffold. So safe working practices for access equipment are reasons why scaffolds collapse include incorrect erection, overloading, uneven distribution of loads, poor ground conditions, adverse weather, insufficient or inappropriate ties, incompatible components, plus being struck by a vehicle. So these are all the reasons why scaffold collapse. So you can see here the nets, debris netting. So this is what I told, like fall protection nets. Okay. So fixed in the sides of the scaffold, it will be fixed onto the sides of the scaffold so that escape, if there is anything escaping from the scaffold, it will just get arrested within this nets, debris net. Okay. And then the nets at the top, you can see like most of them for the storage places or else for the like places like indoor stadiums, they'll be using these nets. The main purpose is anything falls from the top, it will be arrested through the nets. Okay. And then the safety signs are used to provide people with information relating to the work related carrying out. And then the controls or divert people of any dangers or hazards. So protected scaffold with decorative wood, you can see here. So that the people are well aware that there is a scaffolded structure here. So that's why they are using this. So marking scaffolds at ground level on the street, most of all it will be tighter, like tightened up with the hazard tapes, just to make the people precautions, because at the night chances are that people will be parking their car. At that moment, even if there is a small hit onto the scaffold, in the sense the whole scaffolded structure, erected structure will be dismantled. Okay. So lighting or else collapse also. So lighting, suitable and adequate lighting should be provided when light levels are poor, plus suitable color lightings to warn traffic of its presence. So marking and the lighting are present. Okay. So for the next topic, we'll look after the prayer break. Okay. So you can all guys go for the prayer and we'll see back at 2 o'clock as per Pakistani time. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, okay. Carry on with your prayers. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Now we are going to continue our class, okay? So lately what we were seeing was about the safe working practice for access equipment. So now we are going to continue with that course, okay?
Okay, sir.
So mobile tower scaffold. First thing, hazards. So falls from the work platform, objects falling from the platform, collapse of the structure, overturn of the structure. These are all the positive, like probable hazards because of this mobile tower scaffold. Okay. So safe working practices for access. So you can see mobile tower scaffold safety precautions are guardrail fitted to the work platform, and then tower must not be overloaded. Wheel should be locked when the tower is in use, and then the tower must be sited on firm, level ground, and then poor and materials. People and materials should not remain on the tower when it is moved, and then the care should be taken to avoid overheads when the tower is moved, and then the outriggers should be used when necessary to ensure stability. Finally, like people should not climb up the outside of the tower, and then tower must be built by trained workers. So why? Because it's not only for one person access. The towers, once if it is created in the sense, lots and lots of people are going to access the same tower. That's literally my dream. So this is how the safety precautions for the mobile tower scaffold will be used. And then there is the safe working practices for access of the MEWP, Mobile Elevated Work Platform. So MEWPs are motorized vehicles or trailers with powered. Okay. Aramanda. Okay. So MEWPs are motorized vehicle or trailers with powered extended arms supporting a work cradle. And then the mobile elevated work platform MEWP hazards are falls from the work platform, objects falling from the platform, collapse of the MEWP, contact with live overloads, and then the unauthorized access or use. So safe working practices for access equipment, safety precautions, vehicle sited on firm, stable ground, and then the sufficient clearance for obstruction and overheads. Control of the MEWP should be used using the cradle. So most of all, it must be supervised, must not be overloaded. So most of all, it must be inspected as an item of lifting equipment. It's like especially it is the MEWP is especially used as a lifting equipment for the people, right? So it should not be like grossly used. Okay. And then always ensure the operator is fully trained and competent for using the MEWP, because whatever accident or else an incident happens, the entire system will be against the operator only. So the operator should be very well trained about the usage of the equipment. So it is used in suitable form, level ground, and then the work area is cordoned off to prevent access. So that is how the mobile elevating work platform must work. So mobile elevating work platform, you can see here in the picture. Steel workers use MEWPs. Not only the steel workers, basically even the glass cleaners for the buildings. Even they use the mobile elevated work platform. So it's like a multi-purpose, like multi professions are using this MEWPs. So based upon their application, the MEWPs are to be inspected very well. And then there is a scissor lift. So talking about the types of MEWPs, then there comes the scissor lift in EWP. Okay. So for the even the scissor lift MEWP, it's the same concept. Like you should try to avoid the lifts and then in between, like it comes as a barrier. So you should avoid those barriers in between. And then there is the safe working practices for access equipment. So safe working practices for accessing the equipment. So an edge protection system is essentially a barrier fixed onto the existing structure in order to prevent a person walking. So most of all, there will be the barriers present at the edge. Why? Same as we were talking about the scaffolds, right? For the scaffolds also, we were using the barriers. So same concept here. So barriers are most of all preventing the fall. Okay, fall for the barriers. If I'm using the toe board in the sense, the rolling particles will not fall to the ground. Plus, if I'm using the barrier protection, there is the edge. Like literally, nobody, those who are accessing that access equipment, they will not at all fall down. So inspection of the access equipment. So scaffold should be inspected. First of all, whenever they are first erected, and then if the scope of the work gets increased, then also it has to be inspected. And then after any event that may affect its stability, it has to be inspected. And then periodically, that is yearly once at least, it has to be inspected. So these are all the inspection listings here. The inspection of access equipment points to check would include conditions of the tubes, especially standards, condition of the work platform, edge protection guardrail toe boards, and then the ground condition, use of base plates and the sole boards. So safe access, safe working load. So inspection for both the access equipment has to be done. Next, for the confined space. So basically, confined space is a suitable enclosed space where serious injuries can occur.
Number one, defend compact. Number two, reduction of access. To fitness basically, document in which of these will provide given and this and right. Okay. The next one is class 6, organization of factors.
Confined space. A confined space is a substantially enclosed space where serious injury can occur. Maybe any place such as a chamber, tank, vat, silo, pit, well, pipe, sewer, flue, anywhere this confined spaces can act. Okay, so risk includes injury from fire or explosion, loss of consciousness from increased body temperature, loss of consciousness from asphyxiation from gas, and also asphyxiation as a result of being trapped by a free flowing solid. So this is all about the confined space. So there is a confined space chamber. So most of all the confined space sewer or else anywhere that we are using the confined space, everywhere has to be enclosed with this. Use the cautious, what is it like caution boards, plus use the appropriate PPEs. Only the trained person has to enter inside the confined space. This is what next you'll be able to see. So confined space. So work inside the confined space. No person shall work in the confined space unless the reasonably practicable for the work is being carried out. And an employer must carry out a risk assessment, ensure a safe system of work as well, SSW. And then work in confined spaces. The factors to ensure to consider in the safe system of work are level of supervision, competency of the workers, communication methods between those of the confined space and those outside, atmosphere testing, ventilation before and during entry, removal of residues, isolation and lock off of any fields in and out. So this is what work inside the confined space is to be done. So work in confined space, isolation of electrical systems, same as LOTO procedure. I have explained you, I guess, for the second day, LOTO procedure. Okay, so LOTO procedure is to be done. It's not a very complicated process. Okay, so isolation of electrical systems inside the confined space. The PPE requirements is to be present. Access and egress, fire precautions, lighting levels where the atmosphere of the confined space, and then characteristics of the individuals, body size, and the metal attitude, and the emergency rescue arrangements. So all these things are to be placed whenever specifically you are working inside the confined space. Okay. So next is testing the atmosphere. So testing the air is needed to check that it is free from toxic. So who will be checking the air? An authorized gas tester. So what they will check is whether the levels, the lower exposure limit and the upper exposure limits meets to the requirements or not. That's what we will be checking. So the appropriate choice of testing equipment will depend on particular circumstances. Only person experienced and competent in the practice should carry out the testing. Record should be kept and the result of the test. So, confined space, respiratory protective equipment RPE. So, where respiratory protective equipment is provided or used in connection with confined space entry, it must be suitable. Other requirements such as robes, harness, resuscitating apparatus, first aid equipment, protective clothing, other specific special equipments, all these things are to be removed. So, for the confined spaces, okay. So most of all, these equipments has to be equipped, especially those who are getting an access inside the confined space, and also not forget to use the gas detectors. Okay, so gas detectors is very important inside the confined spaces. So you can see access of a confined space. How are people accessing? Here, a worker wearing the full breathing apparatus is also wearing a harness with a lanyard connected in which so that he can halt in the surface and an emergency without others having to enter the manhole to rescue them. So literally, there will be a lanyard. It's also called as a tripod arrangement. Okay. So same as a tripod, it will be arranged, and then there will be a lanyard fixed with the person who is going to enter inside. and based upon that, he will be also wearing a harness suit, and then directly that lanyard, through the lanyard, there will be a pulley also that will be operated outside by a person who is following the buddy system, and then through that source or through that means the person will be entering inside. So literally it is not going to disturb anyone, plus it's a more safer way, because even though if any the person who is going to enter inside the confined space, if he is feeling somewhat some suffocations in the sense, easily he could just get out. So confined spaces, safe access to and egress from confined space. Openings need to be sufficient, large and free from obstruction. Should be identified with the warming sign. A standby worker should be present at all times for the confined space access and egress. Okay. So confined space emergency arrangements. So rescuers need to be properly trained, sufficiently fit to carry out their task. Like most of all, the same thing only. Like the RPE or else the emergency breathing apparatus, they should be very well trained on that. Okay. And then suitable and sufficient rescue arrangements should be provided as well inside for the emergency arrangements. So emergency arrangements comes with raising the alarm first for safeguarding the rescuers, and then first aid, special arrangements with local firefighting equipment, and then public emergency services contact methods. So summary of main points of confined space are flammable substances. You need to identify these hazards. The flammable substances comes at the first, and then oxygen deficiency or enrichment, toxic gas, fume or vapor, ingress or presence of liquid, solid materials that can flow excessive heat. So these are all the main points to be considered for a confined space. Next is for the lone working. So people those who are working alone. So basically they will be separated from the work colleagues and all this, and that causes a creates a major stress in them. So lone working control measures to be implemented in the SSOW. No lone working for certain high risk activities, especially the confined space, hard work, work at height. Arrangements for remote supervision, procedures for logging workers' location when lone working, the use of mobile phones or radios, emergency procedures, and the training for workers in those procedures. So working and traveling abroad. So the organization should develop a policy on international travel and specify the arrangements that will be made. So one of the biggest risks associated with international travel is that to person health, it is essential that up-to-date advice is obtained before traveling. So working and traveling abroad, arrangements are likely to cover the following key topic areas, such as pre and post visit briefings, insurance arrangements, personal health advice and vaccinations, financial arrangements, personal security training and advice, advice on cultural differences and requirements, accommodation, in country travel, emergency arrangement, 24 hours organization contracts. So safe movement of work people inside the workplace. What are all the typical hazards? Slip, trips, falls on the same level, falls from height, collision with moving vehicles, striking by moving, flying, or falling objects, striking against fixed or stationary objects. So, hazards related to the movement of people in the workplace are poorly maintained surfaces because there will be what is it called like a slippery surface, or even for the rough terrains, it's called, and then highly polished or slippery surface, damaged rugs and mats, inappropriate footwear, rules not followed, poor lighting, no handrails, and then general obstructions in walkways, plus obstruction in the sense like wirings, right? Especially the wirings forms as the general obstruction. So hazards related to the workplace, movement of the people in the workplace are typical slip hazards. So inherently slippery, wet because of slips on cleaning operations. So frost and ice. So at this moment also slips will be occurring. Uneven or loose floor surfaces, trailing cables, objects on the floor. So typical hazards are for like fall from heights. What could be hazard? First of all, unprotected edge, and then like maybe something will be dropping from the top to the ground, or else using the ladder, standing on objects to reach high levels. Objects to reach high levels in the sense even a small gap. If I'm getting, I'll be trying to use it, which further on creates a trouble for me. So that is the typical hazard for the people those who are accessing the height and falling. So falls from a height, roof used for storage, typical hazards, pedestrian. So collision with moving vehicles. So see here, moving vehicles, especially while doing the reverse, or else like a forklift operator, whenever he gets any blind spots, they get collided with the humans. So pedestrian crossing point is the hazardous area, and then exits that open onto vehicle traffic routes, and then areas where people have to work adjacent to moving vehicles. So these are all the collisions with the moving vehicles. So typical moving object hazards are automated machinery such as wet welding spot welding robot, unsecured objects such as container on the moving deck of a ship. Typical flying objects hazards are ejected parts such as swarf, and then thrown objects such as scaffolding coupling. Hazards related to the movement of people on the workplace. Typical falling object hazards such as loads falling from height, objects being dislodged during work at height, objects falling from height because of adverse weather conditions, and then the toppling of unstable objects. So basically, these are all formation of the hazards falling.
Yes, can you tell me the date of the 91?
So hazards related to the movement of people in the workplace. Typical hazards: objects that project with the pedestrian area or route, narrow doorways in a pedestrian route, and then the low overheads. So pipe work at head height, and then above a gantry walkway also. So this is the typical hazard. Uh, yes. So unsecure load potential for falling objects. You can see here there is a forklift. Okay, and then you can see the loads are somewhat it's already arranged in the pellets, but the arrangement is poor, like it's uneven. So basic health and safety management principles eliminates eliminate the hazard, create a safe place, and create a safe person also. Control measures for the safe movement of people in the workplace, like there should be separate paths, first of all, normal patterns of movement, predictable abnormal movements, and then impact of adverse weather condition, maintenance requirements of the various controls. General controls for the safe movement of people, slip resistant surfaces. spillage control and drainings, and like drainage, designated walkways, fence and guarding, use of signs and personal protective equipment, information, instruction, training and supervision, maintenance of a safe workplace, and also control measures for maintenance work. So next, general controls for the safe movement of people, slip and trip hazards, like especially those who are accessing to the steps. What I can do, like high grip flooring, I need to do, and then provide sufficient lighting, like use the edge protection, provide like fitting high grip sheets, and then provide to make rough and concrete walkways. Mats of good condition are to be provided, like reporting defects, whatever there is any defect. So immediately that defect has to be reported to the management. So these are all the steps that I could take in order to avoid the slips for the stepways. So general controls for the safe movement of people, spillage control and drainage. So most of all, spillage in the sense from the like water or else any chemical spillage. So first thing, always I need to check whether the inspection is done or not. Behavioral controls, and then if spills cannot be prevented, that measures could be taken, like drip trays. What is it called? Like drip trays are to be provided. For example, I'm using the chemicals. If I'm directly taking it, then it's the problem. If I'm using a tray beneath it that is covered with mud, in the sense, no, the hazard will not be reached out. And then we need adequate drainage also. So general controls of the safe movement of people, designated walkways. Walkways might be designated by guardrails, curbs and pavement, and also markings on the floor, such as. So you can see here, vehicle loading or unloading showing separate pedestrian access, fencing and guarding barrier. So fencing and guarding in the sense, fencing and guarding can be used in a variety of situations to control hazards to pedestrians, guardrails, perimeter fencing, guarding and perimeter fencing, and also the temporary fencing. So here in this picture, you can see the precautions. Like as I told, blue color in the sense it's mandatory, yellow color in the sense it's for like showing you the warning, red color it means red and white it means it shows the prohibition sign. So use of signs and PPE that comes as a general control. So signs must be clearly visible and easy understood. Safety signs should indicate the need to use PPE. Signs to indicate the presence, whether the temporary hazard is there or not. Plus, what type of footwear I need to wear. Plus, on-site vehicles, what type of vehicles, what is the tire condition to be used, and then street works are allowed or not. Whether if there is the street work, what precautions you should take. Literally everything will be shown that, like portraying through the board. So information, instruction and training supervision. So certain circumstances may require specific information, instruction and training. So employers must provide active supervision as necessary, increase the level of supervision as a need basis as well. And then there is the maintenance of a safe workplace. Issues might be considered. Flat floors and walkways should be cleaned routinely, and then spills will have to be cleaned up quickly and safely. Housekeeping routine should be established. Floors and walkways should be inspected and repaired. Guardrails and fencing should be inspected and repaired as well. So that is for the maintenance of the safe workplace. So issues might be considered such as access and egress, emergency exit, lighting, noise, maintenance activities. So all these are the issues. So loss of control and overturning, safe movement of vehicles. So first thing, the reason could be the driver error, environmental condition or mechanical failure. So loss of control and overturning factors using forklift overturn. So already we have studied a lot about the forklift. And then collision in the sense, especially during reverse. And then if there is any blind spot, fixed objects and the pedestrians. So collision, driving too fast, inadequate lighting, reversing without the help of the marksman, blind spot, bad weather condition, obstructed visibility, poor design of pedestrian walkways, lack of vehicle maintenance. So these are all the reasons for the collision. So non-movement related hazards are loading, unloading, securing, coupling, and mechanical maintenance of work. So loading, manual and mechanical loading, unloading in the sense the same unloading. So securing in the sense climbing. Like in order to secure the load, I need to climb to make a torque point, right? So road tracker to close hatches, and then coupling in the sense when vehicles are attached to trailers, and maintenance of work when mechanics have to access various parts of the vehicle. So control measure three main categories to consider are the workplace environment, the vehicle, and also the driver. So control measures the workplace environment, vehicle free zones, pedestrian free zones, vehicle traffic route layout, segregation of vehicle and pedestrians, making or marking pedestrian walkways on the door, on the floor. So vehicle, what do you need to do? Suitable vehicles are to be used or not? Inspection is there or not? Maintenance is there or not? Inspect routinely. Drivers has to be trained. This is the same thing. So for the vehicle, seat for the driver, seat belt, roof guard, horn, audible reversing camera, beacon or flashing light. So that's for the control measures for the camera. So almost like it's all the same thing for the forklift, driving at work, distance traveled, driving hours. It's very simple. And then work schedule, stress, weather conditions. So poor planning and unreasonable work schedules cause drivers to speed fail, to take breaks or take risk. Stress, heavy traffic conditions and road works. And then weather conditions, adverse weather conditions, example, snow can cause slippery and reduce visibility. So policy responsibility and the organization. So for the driving at work, it's all simple only. Okay. So driving at work, the driver, the vehicle, and the journey. So driver, competence, training, fitness, and health. You need to check. Vehicle also the same suitability condition. Just now we have seen. Journey, route schedule, timing, distance, weather conditions. I need to check. These are all the general things. Okay. So by this, the element number 8 is also completed. Now only 9 and 10 is pending. So tomorrow there will be no classes. Oh, sorry, there is a class. Sorry. Sunday there will be no class. Okay, and by Monday we will be hopefully completing the elements. Only I guess yes 9, 10, 11. No, maybe Tuesday we will complete it on Tuesday. Okay, so that will be the end for today's training. So let's see tomorrow. Okay, bye bye.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir, there will be class tomorrow, sir?
Yes.
Saturday?
Yeah.
What?
How can you help me in this? Your number.
Recording